Hello, I'm back. And frustrated. 'Cause these bugs are killing me. Um, Let me see. So, um, I got my Raid Shadow Legends up. Just seeing if anybody wants to watch my stream. They don't have to. Alright, so let's get back to Unreal Engine. Here I am at Unreal Engine, and this is the old attempt. This is my first attempt at making my video game. Okay, um, and this is the same one as the one that I'm working on now, with the procedurally generated maps, procedurally generated rooms and hallways. So let me see. This is what I had way back in the day. Okay. Open the gate. Run all the way down here. There's the moon. I like that one. I don't know where I found it, but it's actually the picture of the real moon, and I put it on as a texture onto a sphere and put it up there. It looks humongous. It's like it looks too close. Right, and I build these mountains. I try to create grass and make whenever you walk on it sound like grass. And there's bugs there. So yeah, this is the first iteration of my game. Oh, there's a monster. Oh shit, he sees me. Oh my god, no, I'm stuck. Oh, dang it. Ugh. Isn't that freaky? The grinner. So that was that. That was the first iteration of my game. Let me see. Where's the actual blueprint? I don't even remember. But that yeah, this is what I tried to create before, and only after like 2 months, gave me so much headaches and so much bugs and so much frustration. I just gave up and I quit, and so I stopped creating it. Yeah, so like this doesn't work anymore. Let me see if I can try to pick it up and turn the light on. Open the door. Nothing is here. The basement is supposed to be scary. At one point I had a monster in here and it was scary. Anyways, so yeah, that was the first iteration of my horror game. Like I said, it gave me a whole bunch of bugs and you know, headaches that I gave up. It was so frustrating, I just gave up and I stopped working on it. So I decided to quit. But even after years, so this was in 2022. So, but even after years, I still felt like I still want to create my video game. And the reason, in the first place, I tried to create this back in 2022 is because the actual, oh yeah, it's using the horror engine. So shout out to the horror engine developers. I'm not using it in this iteration anymore because again, it was giving me a whole bunch of bugs and headaches. That, as much as I like it, I had to start from scratch and get rid of it because it had so many things in it too, and it was so cool. But yeah, it gave me so much bugs and stuff and headaches that I had to stop using the horror engine. So the one that I'm working on now, which is actually this, but you know, literally starting from scratch. So it's the survival horror, but starting from scratch. And I actually gave it a project name instead of just random, arbitrary survival horror. And let me see. I want to stop this so that I can go and move on to the actual game. That I'm trying to create. But let me see first if it's going to take forever to load. So let me just load it right now. All right. And in the meantime, I'm not really playing Raid Shadow Legends right now because I'm trying to work on my video game. But I was trying to see. I thought I did this. I guess not. Let me see. Let me see. Just click on brutal. Since I can't quick battle it, I'm not gonna. Oh, actually, no. I will. I'll do this. So let's just let that run. Let's see. Oh, okay. So, anyways, turns out the it's already running. So you can't see Raid Shadow Legends, but you can see Unreal Engine right now. So let me go into the map, show you what I'm working on. That's giving me such a headache. It was so frustrating. I wanted to smash my keyboard against the monitor. Alright, so let me see. Here I am. That floor is a marker to tell me that that's the south side, because if I'm on the north side, it looks exactly the same, and sometimes I can't. It confuses me. So now I always look to this corner to see if there's a floor there. That means that's the south side. So I always want to start from the south side for my own sanity creating this video game. All right. So let me open up the blueprint for this level, because there's different blueprints for each of the different levels. Okay, so this is the monster that's been giving me a headache. So I tried to create this. So in my last stream, I tried to set everything up first, and it took 5 hours. So I was like, ugh, I'm too tired. So now I was supposed to record this, but I was so deep in concentration that I totally forgot to stream this. And guess what? The reason why I want to smash my keyboard against the monitor is because this doesn't work at all. Look at all this stinking thing, like this monster that I created, and it doesn't work. So let me see if I can show you. Go in here. So normally, well, not normally, but previously, what I got so far was just the procedurally generated hallway, which will start at a random location down here, and then move along this grid area until it reaches the limit here, the north hallway, and stop. So that's what I got so far. It took me 2 months to work on it, to work out the bugs and the kinks and stuff, and finally I got it working perfectly. So now after that, I wanted to create the rooms that will procedurally generate in the unoccupied spaces of this main grid area, and without overlapping the main hallway that gets procedurally generated. So what I came up with is this beast, this monster, and it was headache inducing, heart attack inducing even. And so let's see, let's run it. Right now it is connected to the generate midrooms. It's connected to the custom event. So now whenever I call the custom event, right here, generate midrooms, after everything else, after the the hallway, the hallway is, the main hallway is created, then the walls are created, then the north procedurally generated rooms are created and its walls are created, and then the south rooms are created, and the south walls are created, and then now I go back into the main grid area to generate the procedural or the random rooms. So that's what this is connected to right now, this crazy beast right here. And the idea was I wanted it to say, like, this was 0 to 9 before, so it would generate, this for loop would generate 9 rooms, or 10 rooms from 0 to 9, so that's 10 rooms. But right now it's at 0 to 0, so it's just 1 room, so that I can try to figure out what's going on. And I try to put a whole bunch of print strings to help me debug what's going on. But let me see. So here the idea was, in my unoccupied, so if you remember from the last stream, in my unoccupied variable, I have all of these coordinates. I had hard coded it in. It took forever. It took a long time. I don't know, maybe the majority of the stream, which was a 5-hour long stream, that previous stream. But and then I found out, I don't want all of those things, so I deleted a couple of the rows. So for example, I don't want anything to spawn right close to the, or right next to the hallways. So I got rid of those values. So all of these values up here, I got rid of them. And also I wanted to shrink the buffer. So before there was only this row as this column as a buffer, but now I think I got rid of this column and this column, so just a little bit thinner. So now the actual unoccupied area is just from this inner grid area. Okay, anyways, so it's picking from that. It's that unoccupied random array is picking from that smaller area to generate a random room. And that's what this is doing. And so I save that random room or random location, vector location, into this room location to use, right? And then it just tells me that, the debug print string just tells me that what that location is, right? And then I take whatever that location is. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't do that. I should do it this way. No, I cannot do it that way. Maybe that's why it's not working. Cause it's, I don't know. It should still work actually. Okay. Anyways, moving on. So that specific location that I chose will now be removed from the unoccupied and placed into the occupied rooms array. So add unique to there. So now if I try to generate another random room, it'll know that it can't pick that anymore because it's not, that location's not in here in this array anymore. And I can test if it's in this array. So I can have it prevent it from placing a room overlapping that. And then I go into for each loop array, this is another array that all results have been filtered. Doesn't seem to have anything right now. Let me check this. Continue that. So let me see. This one with the H, the occupied with the H, is only filled with the hallway. Okay, so remember that procedurally generated hallway? It's only filled with those modules and segment locations. Alright, so it goes through it, and each of its iteration or its segments that it goes through, say for example if it was here, it goes through this segment and then this segment and this, and then one by one until the very end, right? So it goes one by one. Each one is saved into this variable, and we already set this right over here. So this is the room location to use. So we set that. So now we can use the location of the random hallway, right? Say for example it was this one, and the randomly generated room location. Say it's up over here. So that's what those two variables are. So this one is for example, this is the actual hallway that is placed into the level or into the game, and say this one here is the actual random room location. So that's what these two variables are. And now I take these two variables and I compare them. If they are the same, if they equal, well, not if not the whole of, that would mean they're overlapping. If their y-axis are equal, meaning, so instead of being up here, if the room that was randomly generated was here and the location from the hallway is here, that means they're on the same axis, right? So if that's the case, then go ahead and generate this code, right? And then, but if that's not the case, if they're not equal, then test their x-axis. So if their x-axis is equal, which is this one here, that x and this x, then do this code. And this code leads to generating these rooms on the south, right here on the south, and on the north, or it's supposed to anyways. But the other code where it's the if the y-axis is the same, if their y coordinates are the same, then it moves on to generating west or east types of rooms. So, but I think, did I show you that it doesn't work? It places the room, but it places the wrong room, and it doesn't. Where's the logic? Let me see if I can show you the logic. The logic is, I think, is this the logic here? So it tests the x. Which one is greater, right? If the room is greater, then the hallway position, meaning if it's closer to the east side, that means that means it's true, and that means I want to create a west facing room. So it's gonna place, where is the place? Oh no, where is it? What the heck? Oh, here it is, up here. So it places W for west facing, which means it's actually on the east side. So for example, if this square right here was a 1x1 room, west facing would mean the doorway would be here, and it would be on the east side of the main hallway. Say if the main hallway was right here, then the room would be here on the east side of, or the right side of the main hallway. That means the room that I want, the side of the room that I want to connect to the main hallway is going to have to be the west facing wall. So the idea was that pick this specific room, place it into the world, and then say if this is the main hallway, pick this specific wall, the right side wall, destroy it with this remove instance here, okay, and then connect a branching hallway here. So if this is the room, this is the hallway, then place another hallway segment here to connect them to, so that the monster and the player can traverse this area. And that was the idea. It was so simple seeming. It seems so simple, but as you can see, it did not turn out the way that I wanted it to. So let me go ahead and hide and try to test it out. So hide in there. Okay, so again, there's my marker. So it's telling me I'm on the south side. Up there's the north side. There's a room. Right now I'm only testing one room. So the hallway seems to work fine. I just need to check if it messes with the walls. It's the room. Oh, there. See how it's incorrect. Since the room is on that side, it's supposed to remove this wall, not this wall. And not only that, since the room is on this side, the doorway should be on this side, not on this side. So the logic is all kinds of wrong, giving me headaches, and you know what? I'm just gonna try to see if I can start. It was giving me so much headaches, I wanted to just start from scratch, and so that's actually what I did. So that's the previous monster. And then I came up with this beautiful beast. I call it beautiful and a beast because, yes, it was such an eyesore, spaghetti code eyesore, but it's beautiful in the sense that it actually, as opposed to this monster, this one here, that gives me all kinds of headaches and frustration, this one, as eyesore-ish as it is, works. My new idea, I had to invent a new way to procedurally generate rooms. So let me disconnect it from here. One that doesn't work. I mean, it kind of sort of works, but not really. It's broken. And then move the generate mid-rooms custom event to the one that actually works, that I came up with. It's supposed to be a much more simpler idea, but when it did work, it gave me an idea. It's like, oh, this could be the crew quarters. And if I can just get this one to work, then this could be like the workshop or something. So this could be implemented in one of the decks as like a workshop. So, and then this one could be the floor with all the crew sleeping quarters and sleeping area. All right, so let's go ahead and run it. This beautiful beast. Compile that. And then run it, and I'll show you. This one, I was so frustrated with the previous solution or method that I just had to start from scratch and just brute force. So now it looks kind of weird, right? But look, this is a good idea for crew quarters, like a bunch of rooms to show up, and you can get your own place in the your own room in the spaceship. That's kind of cool. And so there was a bug that every time there was a turn, for some reason it would not remove a wall, so this room would be blocked off. But it was a simple fix. So you can see that since this is already taken, uh, it's not going to generate another room across from it. So there's that. So all of these rooms now, they work nicely. And of course, that's just like to test it out. I do eventually want to make it so that some of these rooms are farther back and you have to walk through a little branching hallway to get to it all the way back here or something like that. But I think I might just keep this iteration and use this for like crew quarters and sleeping quarters, and then use the other iteration, if I can get it to work, which is this one here. If I can get that to work, then I can so the again, I don't know. So the idea again was to first pick a random location for the room, test it against the main hallway, and then connect it from the main hallway to the room, right? So that's this idea. This idea is simply just directly go off of any straight segment of the hallway. So if you notice, like, let me go back in. No, not that one. You notice if I go in, let me see if I can hide really quick. Okay, so if I go in, are you kidding me? I forgot what I wanted to explain. So let me go back. All right. So the first iteration, this monster, I wanted to just randomly pick a location to place the room, and I say if the hallway was here, test, compare it to determine which direction the room is to the hallway, and then connect the hallway, break the wall that is closest to the room, and then connect the hallway and the room, and that should be it. That is supposed to be as easy and simple as that, but no, it turns out to be an ugly mess and headache inducing and doesn't work. So this new method of that I came up with is just simply take any of the straight these right here, any of the straight modules, straight hallways, this one or this one. This one is south to north, and this one is east to west. So anything, no turns, none of the turns. I tried to do turns, and they just so much headache. So none of these up here, these 4 modules are turns. I don't want the turns. Only the straight segments. So the idea was on the straight segments, just create a room, and this was the key part. This the wall data has all this here wall info in a struct form, so it has the wall, so I know which wall it is. Is it the right wall, the left wall, or the north wall, or the south wall? I know it's confusing because I put right and left instead of east or west, or top and bottom for north and south, but it corresponds to one of the walls of the rooms. And then of course you need the instance index in order for remove instance to work and to delete a wall. And then of course you got the grid coordinates, and that will tell you exactly which which location, like to remove a wall. So if it's this specific location, then remove this wall or remove this wall. All right, for those straight segments. And that let me go back. And that was what the idea of this was. So it's much simpler, and it's more based off of the hallway segments itself, rather than randomly choosing an occupied space, testing it against the main hallway, and then creating, doing all that. So eventually I will get this ugly beast to work and this beautiful creature has taught me a lot of lessons of maybe what I can do to solve this ugly beast. So this one right here. And so I'm going to go back and try and do that. And that's the whole point of this stream. Try to see if I can figure that out. So let me disconnect this. Right, and move it over here. And connect it back to the ugly beast from the beautiful creature. This is, I call it the beautiful creature. In fact, guess what? I'm going to do that. Beautiful in the sense that it actually works flawlessly. Creature as in, look at the eyesore mess that it is. Okay? Beautiful creature. Alright. And then guess what this one is called? Ugly beast. Ugly in the sense that it just doesn't work. It's so frustrating and broken. Beast as it, look at how like headache inducing that looks like. All that spaghetti code. I guess you can say that for all the other, like all the other, spaghetti codes, but yeah. So, what is this one called? Ugly Beast. Alright, so that's Ugly Beast, and this is Beautiful Creature. Let me see if I can get Ugly Beast working. Okay? It kind of sort of works. I mean, at least it places the rooms. The only thing is it places the wrong rooms. Not only does it place the wrong rooms, but it does not remove the correct the correct wall from the main hallway. So let me I go in. So what I learned from Beautiful Creature is where is it? Where? This here is important. In order for it to work, you need to use exactly the iteration of values that these are with the walls, the main hallway walls that you want to remove, and the room that you want to place. So let me see. So you see how I placed it after? That's one of the big reasons why I feel like it's not working. So this actually needs to go somewhere before this node. Okay? So let me see. Let me fix that. So, in other words, it should be something like this. And something like this. And like this. Okay? This should, the room and the remove instance should be within the loop body. Testing the wall and stuff like that should be, let me see. It could be outside of the loop. No, it's inside of the loop body. So it's inside of the loop body. Alright, so let me go back. So let me see. Actually that's not the one I want to work on. It's this one that I want to work on, because this one, I disconnected all the others. You can see so that I can just test one thing first, and if I can get this one thing to work, then I can fix the others and reconnect them. So let me see, move this out from the ugly beast and try to get that. So that's only this small portion of the code. So it's still going to be all kinds of broken and stuff because this is not the code that tests the whether what side it's on, which I think is a big deal. It's causing so much problems. This part is only just the placement of the room itself and the 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 correct wall to be removed from the main hallway that corresponds with the room. So let me go back to look at what worked for my new iteration. So what happened is yes, I know it's all kinds of spaghetti code, eyesore. But what happens is I actually remove the instance. Oh, okay, yeah, now I remember. So the idea is that anytime you place a room, you must remove a wall. And it has to be the corresponding, in order for it to be the corresponding wall, you got to use the same iteration of it. So that's why this has to be the very first node so that it feeds all the others. Whereas the ugly beast, I had that all kinds of mixed up, and that's why I feel like it wasn't working. So all of this, everything should be on this side of this wall data for each loop node. All right, so let me go back. Wall to remove, left. Huh. Hallway location is equal to this, and what I noticed here is that I don't need this. I can just directly go straight to the actual. So let me go ahead and I do not need to test this for whatever reason. So it's probably causing it not to work because it's going to be false or something. And so let me see. So put this one here. And get rid of this. Let me just make sure. Hallway location to use. Is it equal to the wall data? If it is, no. No. You just simply use it. You just simply use it right away. Don't need to test for it. You just use it. If you're going to work on whatever iteration of the whatever element that comes up, and you want that one, you want to use that location, then just simply use that location. You don't need to test it against some other. That's why this one works, because that's what even though it looks confusing, that's all that it is. You see, I just simply took it and saved it right away into this variable. So now that's why you see a million spaghetti strands here, noodles, because that is one of the important parts that I notice is that you need that direct access. That direct data. So if it's this code, not code, but vector location, then you want to use those X, Y, and Z. You don't want it to like, because it could, I don't know, randomly at some point, somewhere, be something else, and that's probably why the ugly beast is not working. Because as you can see, I just simply have it here. Who knows where this came from? Who knows what set this? It's supposed to be set back here, but maybe it wasn't, because as you can see, it does not, it probably didn't even connect. You know, it doesn't follow an execution path. It just, it goes over here and it ends. Right? Normally there's no print string here. It just ends, but it's not connected to anything. So I don't know if that hall location to use is the same as this hall location to use variable. Does it store the same variables? Who knows? The code might have it different at different points in time. So yeah, instead of doing that, I decided to just go directly with the actual coordinates from the source, which is this. So that was another big thing that I learned from beautiful creature here. So that's why you can see like a million lines of code, noodles, just connecting to every single thing that has vector locations, all the add uniques, the remove from the unoccupied, add unique to the rooms array, placing the rooms, all comes from this one location, which is directly taken from these grid coordinates. Alright, so let me go back and see if I can get that one to work for everything that comes after this. So this is room location to use. Okay. That means for each loop, it goes through each of the wall data. In this case, the wall data is only straight segments. It's none of the corners. So I still have the nodes there, but they're not connected in the execution path. So I just bypass them this way and not connect. So they're not being saved to wall data. The only thing is that are being saved are these straight segments. So where's the code? Ugly beast. So anything that comes out of here will only be straight segments, which now is making me realize that if this room spawns at a corner, so let's use this as an example. This is a corner piece. If it spawns at a corner and not at a straight piece, it will never match. Its X or its Y will never match. Or may never match. Because the corner is here and the straight segment is here. It might match because let's say this is a straight segment and the room to spawn is randomly generated up here. Its X value could match, so I guess that could work, which means it's gonna use this part of the code, this one, which is the X is equal to X. So then it'll run here, and if I connect it, it'll run the south and the north code. And that was the idea. That's how it's supposed to work. Right, but for now, I'm just going to test one iteration of it, which is this one here. Okay, so as it goes through each of the data, and then again, the wall data is only straight segments, it will, oh, I see now why this can, so that's another thing. That's why this is not working, because it's not even testing the room location and the hall location. It's all the way back here. Why do I have it all the way back here? Even before the for each loop. Let me see. Is that a good logic? If you test it before, yeah, that should work fine. All right. So another thing I learned is that this here helps me determine the direction of the room as well as the correct wall to remove, the right wall or the left wall or the north wall or the south wall, right? And if it's, and it returns this value, if it's true, if whatever wall segment is chosen and it's not a right wall, then that's false, meaning that it'll go up here and it'll go to the next check, which is this one here. And if it's still not left, then it'll be false. But if it's the north one, then this will be true, and it'll run off of here, and it'll remove the instance, place the room, the correct room, and then remove it, add it to the occupied and remove it from the unoccupied. So that's what I need to do for this. So again, let me go back and see what I did. So it is important to put the remove wall and the room together. As soon as you place this, the wall needs to disappear so that they can connect to each other. Alright, so let me do that. So not only did I have to change the direction, the position, I have to put the room inside of the loop body. Now I want to put the remove instance closer to the wall. I mean, it should still, well, no, because it's going through this branch. It's gonna, it may fail, which means that the removing the wall may never work. So let me do that. Move this. Dun dun dun. Okay, disconnect that. Connect the, wait, let me see. Do I have it before or after? So I have remove instance before placing the wall. So remove the wall, room. So remove the wall and then place the room. So we'll do that. Then place the room like that. Let me connect this here. So do this. So there's that. Now another thing is this check needs to be done way before anything in the first place. Because, I just kind of told you that it iterates through this, checking, is it the right wall? If yes, then run the true branch path of the branch, the true path of the branch. If false, test again. Is it left? If true, yes, then run the true branch. If not, then test again. Is it north? Then if it is, true. If not, test again. Is it south? Then yes. If it is the south, then go ahead and do all of that. So we do need to do that for this side. All right, so where are you? You're all kinds of all over the place. So let me just get rid of this for now. I don't want to. Let me go here. Go here. And go here. All right. So we got that. So here I need to test it. Actually, I need to test it. If the wall type matches, right? If it matches, then actually, wait a second. Wait. I see another problem here. Oh my goodness. There's way too many for each loop testing. Actually, let me see. Is it okay to do that? Say, for example, if this is false, then we run this code and we go through we iterate through the array all over again from scratch, from the beginning. But if it's true, it does the same thing all over again from scratch. Do we want that? Or do we want to just have this somewhere even further outside where it'll only run through this one time, not 4 separate times? Actually, no, I think no. Each of the wall instances can have its own checks. So let me see. Let's see, if you set it here to be east, that means you want to the room type is east. I forget what east stands for. Is it the east on the east side, or is it east facing? I'm just going to call it east facing. So that means if it's east facing, the wall to remove from the hallway is the... Oh, maybe that's why it was facing the wrong way. So that's why when I tested it earlier, you seen the room was on, say, this side, and its doorway was on this side, while the hallway was on this side, and this side was missing, not this side. So that's what happens. I gotta change this to the right side wall, because this is the east room. Actually, no, whatever is placed. Yeah, this is east facing. No. I think it is right. It is supposed to be left. If this is left, this is right, this is north, and this south. They can only be one or the other. Can't be 2 lefts or 2 rights or 2 norths or 3 souths or something like that. So each... Okay, so let me say... This is the actual hallway. So these straight hallways that I'm testing against is the actual hallway. So in fact, I don't need to do this. In fact, I need to save it to this. So let me do that. Set hall location to use. Let me set that first. So I don't have to test against it. That's supposed to be it. So I do need to get rid of that. Okay. And then this branch here really does nothing, just prints stuff. So this actually is supposed to go all the way back. It's supposed to go all the way back. All the way back to that all the way back here before removing the wall and placing the room. So you need to check. As you can see, all of that is happening afterwards, which that's not what you want. So let me go ahead and go back. And connect this to here. Connect this to here and connect this to here. Alright, whoops. See if I can move this back. Okay. There we go. It looks all messy, but hopefully this one works. Again, this is not the logic between the hallway and the room, but it actually focuses on removing the correct wall and placing the room, the correct room. Oh no, not the correct room, but any room. In this case, the east-facing room. Since I'm only testing this branch of the code, and I disconnected that one, and this one is disconnected. This one is not connected. It's only this one that is connected to everything. So I'm just testing this one right now to try to get one of these to work. If I can get one of these to work, then I can fix the others to match the one that is working. So dun, dun, dun. Is this? Let me just move this out a little bit more. I got a little bit more space. Right, move. Alright, so I can put this up here. Alright, so let's see things a little bit better. I feel like I need to test these two, right? No, because this branch specifically needs this to be the left wall of the hallway to be removed. If this is going to be, if this is the room that's going to be placed, this is the wall that must be placed, not whatever random wall that this comes up with as it iterates through the array. So, oh, but still I'm testing it anyways, just to make sure. So whatever straight hallway segment it is, let's say if it's south to north, so it picks the left wall. So this here comes out as left, and this is already set as left because that's what this specific path is going with. So if that's left as well as the iteration is left, that means it's true. It's going to run this code, remove that left wall. So that means this instance has to be directly, okay, it is tied to that. Let me see, let's zoom out. Yeah, so this is tied to this, so that's correct. And this room location needs to be it does no. The room location itself can stay wherever it is. It randomly spawns. It's the so how does it tie into this vector location? So I want the room to stay where it is, and I want the hallway to stay where it is, obviously, because I don't want to move the hallway. And wherever the room is randomly generated, I want that to stay there. So okay, so that's fine then. So this this location is taking from this variable room location to use, and this location, the hallway itself, is taken from the actual hallway segments. Now the thing is, so instead of testing it out here, maybe I should test in here, inside of the loop. Actually, forget about that right now. So long as what I placed and what I remove matches. So the wall must face the hallway, and the hallway's missing wall must face the room. So at least get that working for now. Let me see. So hopefully I can get that up. Get this to work. And see if go ahead and save that and try to test it out. Again, it's only going to spawn one room for now because I'm just testing the one. If I can get that one to work perfectly, then I can start adding more rooms. Try to get in here before the monster spawns. Yeah. So much problems. Okay, so what's going on now? There's the one room, but it's removing. Is it me or is it every single straight segment's wall on that side? It is. It is, because the reason why this is not missing is it's a corner piece. It's not a straight piece. And the other straight piece, the east to west straight piece, are not missing because it's only for the north to south straight pieces. But the cool part is it's the correct side. It's the side that faces the room. So now I need to fix it so that it only removes it from the one and not every single straight piece. Because it's even doing it for the other procedural generator rooms in the other section, which is not supposed to happen to. So let me see if I can stop this right now. South side, and go back and see. So even though, oh, I see why, because it's running through every single iteration of the straight segment. Every single iteration ends up being true and therefore removes its wall. So I need to, so yeah, I do need to check. I need to check this to be inside of this loop body so that it only is true with the corresponding hallway segment. But in this case, that's going to be nearly impossible because if the room randomly falls on a location that is a corner, ooh, you know what? Okay, guess what? So instead of room location being set by every unoccupied thing like this here, I am going to have it set, compare it against this, against all the hallways. No, not all the hallways. Let me see. All of this, all of these. these array elements, the ones that have straight segments. Oh yeah, actually that would be so much better. Yeah, that would be actually what I want, because I don't want it to ever branch off of a corner piece. Because I don't know if you watched well, in my previous stream I explained how difficult it would be if I have to also do this for where the heck is a corner piece here? And I have to go through all this logic and remove it, because if I remove a wall, well, not the ceiling, but if I remove a wall that is at a corner piece and this corner piece is still showing, it's going to look ugly and it's going to look wrong. And so by just using this wall data instead of every single hallway, which includes the corner pieces, then it'll make sure that wherever this is placed across from or in line with a straight segment that makes it easier to delete from and not have a corner piece, messing it up. All right. So, yeah, so let me see. I need to do that by all the way back here, or okay, so this is the unoccupied. So I want to test it in the unoccupied. So what? Okay. It's at the tip of my tongue. It's like right at the edge of I got the idea, but how can I implement it? I know I have to test. I have to test this. Okay, what is this? Okay, so whatever the vector is, I need to test it not with this one, but with a wall data. So get wall data. Go through for each loop. I don't need anything else. I only need the vector location. So if I got this and I test it against this, oh no, this is not gonna work. How I mean, this is much more complicated than I expected, because this array holds all of the hallway pieces. It holds the corner pieces and the straight pieces. The turns, the left turns, the right turns, the straight. Okay, and then this one only holds the straight. But it doesn't matter if I compare these two. If the corner, the random room I'm gonna have to do a much more complicated comparison. I'm gonna have to go down to the X and Y. Oh my goodness. It has to be done after. It has to be done after this is set, because if I do it before, then it'll be null and it won't have this actual vector location. So it has to be done after. Where'd it go? Up to here. And I only need to test this, so Oh my goodness. Down, 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 down. Dang it. I guess I could do this. What is it? Room location to use. Get the room location to use. I can do this now since it's been set here. So now I can compare. Yeah, so if any of the x's match, true. If any of the y's match, true. Continue on. But if none of the x's match and none of the y's match, obviously false, do not continue with this location. Choose another location. But how do I go back to... Okay, so let's say this is a straight section. Yes. So that means x, let's say for example, x is 500 and the random room location is also 500. That means vertically they are on the same axis, and so that way they can connect to each other. But if their x's do not match, that means they won't be able to connect to each other with a straight hallway segment or a branching hallway. Alright, so fine. If their x's do not match, then test for the y. If their y's match, that means this hallway and this room are on the same y plane or axis. That means they can connect to each other. But if they are on different y's, like the hallway's here and the room is here, they still can if I generate even more crazy logic, like turns and another turn. But I don't want to do all of that. Right now, I just want a simple procedural generation, a simple algorithm, simple rules. And that is, like what I said earlier, just a random location, test it against the main hallway, and then connect them. But since now I'm adding another factor in, it's making it a little bit more complicated. And now I have to test against corners. Or not against corners, but specifically since this already holds none of the corners and only the straight pieces, then that means I can just test against this. And if any of these are true, okay, so yeah, so that then if any of these are true, then and Boolean, these two, and continue. That means save, use whatever this is, use whatever that is, and continue on to like that there, and then remove everything you need to remove. But let's test first the x and the x, the y, and the, oh, this is not going to work. The y, because I need a or. So either one of them has to be true, not both of them. Because if both of them are true, they are on the same exact location, and that will be overlapping, and I don't want that. So I need either or. So we'll go with I should be able to change this from, okay, never mind. I'll just create a or boolean. Alright, and then, oops, go up in here, delete that one. Alright. Dun dun dun. So, it's getting really close to that one. I need to move this over. Come on. Yeah, give it some more space to work with. So move this out here. So, dun, 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 dun. Okay, so this is important. Need this to go out here. And this needs to be first, go out here. Test these. In fact, now that I gave myself more space, I can start more spaghetti code and just use, actually no, I don't want to use it because then it's gonna mess with this, and I don't know how to. I guess I could make vector. Let me see, make vector. Oh yeah, so I could do that. Okay, good. All right. So, oh, what is this connecting to now? No, just connect this directly there. So now I can split this. And I can use this. And connect these. Alright, so now that goes for that, and that goes for that. And now I can use this to compare against the, so what is this? This is the x's. And this is the y's. So no, not that one, this one. Okay, there we go. Now I got that. Now I got that. We can get rid of this finally. Okay, and then this is the or, and this goes here. Okay, so now I got this. And now I can continue with this code. Move this here. This array is what? Oh, the unoccupied. I'll just use another unoccupied. No, I'll use the same one because maybe at some point it will remove an item, but I'll just use the same one. Alright, so I don't even know it's actually going to remove it because it's using index. It's using the index of it. Hopefully it works. Maybe this is what's causing all my problems. Because I don't actually want to remove. I want the actual. But apparently this index is supposed to correspond to this vector location. So I said, okay, I'll just use it then. I'll just remove it, the index. There is another node, I think. There's a remove item. So maybe I'll just use that one instead. So that way I can remove it directly the actual element and not have to worry that is it connected to the correct index. Do that. Just connect this one and replace this. In fact, do I want this before the branch? Because if this is false, this never removes or adds it. So maybe I want this before. Maybe I want it before. Let me see. Room location to use. Now it's using the correct room location. Compare float. In fact, I don't need to ever have to do the completed portion if I can get everything correctly working in just the loop body itself. I never I never will need to use the completed. All I'll need it for is probably just to say print string, the loop is done. That's it. And I don't actually have to test all of this. So let me move this a bit over. And do I want this? Maybe have this before that. Alright. Okay, so this could probably put like more comments saying, explain what each of them does. This one right now only tests one room, one randomly generated room. This one, I don't know why I'm doing this now, but this one makes sure that this array contains all of the rooms and the hallways that are used in the game, in the level. But I never actually use it. At one point I thought I needed to use it, and now it's like I found out I'm not actually using it. So maybe I will in the future, so I'll just keep it. And this is just a debug that tells me when the rooms are being generated. And then this tells me when it's completed. And when the one room is generated, then it's done. So let me go ahead and, okay, so back to here. Room location to use. Okay, so pick a random spot, save it to this variable, and then go through all the straight segments and then test the straight segments X and Y separately with the random room's location. If any of them are true, if the X is true, then run the true code. If the Y is true, then run the true code. If not, then it should loop back and find another. If not, if it's false, it's not going to generate anything because it's just going to be that one room that's not generated. So it's just going to be 0. Let me see. Actually, I think that would be fine. Yeah, because if say I have 9, or yeah, 0 to 9, which is supposed to be 10, but if any of them falls in line with a corner piece, then it'll just skip and come back. So it'll be even more random. So between 10 rooms, it could be anywhere up to 10 rooms. So it could be from 0 to 10 rooms that are generated. So that's even better for procedural generation. So let me see if that works though. Let me first test out 9 and count the rooms. If it's all 10, then maybe my logic is wrong and it's a fluke of nature that all 10 actually does not fall in line with a corner piece. That should, that'll be random. So we'll see if that works. Because the whole idea is that I don't want any of these random locations that fall in line with a corner piece. Let me see. Save. And run. Try to hide really quick. Oh shoot, I'm in the hallway. I don't want to hide here because the monster can come through the hallway. Still not working. Oh, okay, so it's probably in line with that street piece because that's a corner piece right there. And so that's a straight piece. It's in line with a straight piece, I guess. Maybe that's why this is still spawn. Oh, never mind. This is a straight piece, so maybe it's in line with that. Well, let me see. What the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, my logic didn't work, I'm guessing, because it still spawned all 10. It's supposed to be up to 10 rooms. And the weird part is, it's all. What is this? It's all south facing. That is so weird. That is weird. That's not supposed to be. What? Is this south facing? Yes, this is south facing. Okay. This marker, this floor tells me I'm on the south. Right? And the rooms facing south are south facing rooms, which is weird. These are not supposed to spawn. The only ones that are supposed to spawn are the ones that are connected, which is east facing rooms. Yet somehow the south facing rooms, as you can see. Oh, I see. Yeah, they are connected. So they will spawn. So somehow the logic was that it only took this branch path. And so now it's spawning the south facing room. It's not bothering to remove or delete any of the corresponding walls because it's not connected. And I need actually, let me just keep that right now. Dun, dun. Huh. What is going on? Let me move this. Oh, I can't move it. I'm in the middle of a. Let me stop that. Let me see what I got. Can I move this somewhere better? Like that. So let me just get rid of this for now. Don't need it. Dang it. This is all kinds of wrong. Alright. I have this. Why do I have this again? And the thing that sucks is it looped through every single iteration of it. That's why I seen purple numbers all across the left side of while I was testing. I do not need it. I do not need that. There. I do not need that there. It's testing what this is. So let me do that here before the loop so that it doesn't run a million times. Let's put that up there. Okay. So it should just run once now and tell me exactly what the location of the randomly spawned room should be. I'm going 0 to 9. So it should tell me 10 times what that room is, or what the location is, not the room, but what the location is that the room will be placed in. All right. Now, that wasn't really too important, but I guess I just needed to adjust that. So this code is actually not working correctly because I forget. Let me test it again. Let me see what. Oh yeah. It still spawned at corner pieces, which is fine because guess what? Corner pieces are going to be connected to straight pieces. So at some point their X's or their Y's are going to match. So no matter what, it's still it's going to connect. So gosh darn it. I need another way to test against straight pieces. Oh, you know what? Oh, I get it. In fact, I should test against the corner pieces themselves. So, since I do not have wall data that is specifically corner pieces, I can use like the inverse of this. So, instead of saying is equal to, I can say is not equal to. Is that right? But you see, remember, this wall data only holds, this array only holds straight pieces in it. So its coordinates, these coordinates, will only be the straight pieces. So what I should do is actually take the corner pieces, which I do not have one for, and I do not. Oh, wait a moment, it's right here. Oh, okay, good thing I created that in the past. That I was like, oh, should I create it? Or all right, so guess what? I'm gonna go and make sure all of these turns with corner pieces connect to that and fill in the array so that I can test against it and say, no, do not place your randomly generated location here. Or no, do not use this randomly generated unoccupied location. All right, so let me see. And this is the corner. Yes. The instance is going to the corner. The grid location. I don't need grid location. I just need to know that it's a corner piece and its index. Here's another corner piece. So let me do that. Save that in here. I don't need the actual, you know what, just do it anyways. The location though is wrong. It's not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be this. It's supposed to be this one, the location of the actual room itself, which is represented by the floor. So let me get that. Alright, there's that. And put this back. Okay, so that one is saved. Which piece is this? This is the turn left. Now I need to turn right. Let's get that connected to the floor piece. Because the floor piece is the exact location of the room itself, the whole room itself. Alright, save that. Oh, not save it, but duplicate. So this is cool. Now I actually do have corner pieces to test against. To tell the logic, do not use any unoccupied spaces that align with a corner piece. And the way I designed the procedurally generated hallways is to be majority straight pieces, because I wanted it to zigzag, but not too much. Like before, when I didn't have a majority of straight pieces, it would just like turn. Every move you made was a turn, and it was so dizzying, and it's just not practical in real life. Like, who would put turns at every turn, right? So I got rid of that. I didn't get rid of it. I kept the corners, but I made it so that more straight pieces were placed than corners or turn pieces. So get this. Connect this. Coordinate. The floor's coordinate. And put it back. Alright, what else? One last one. One last corner piece. There's only 4 turn modules. And is this a turn? Yes, turn left. The up here should be turn right. Okay. And so let me move that. Here. Connect this to the index. That's the important part. I really don't need the coordinates, but I'll just do it anyways. Just save it in there just in case. Like in the future, I may need it. Like I did this. I had this set up, which I thought I'd never use, but come to find out, oh wow, I am going to use it. All right, so that's it. Those are all the 4 corners that I want to test against, and the only corners that I want to test against. I don't want to test against any of the room corners, because I don't want any of the rooms to connect to other rooms. I want it to only connect to the main hallway. Where am I? Up here, back here. So test instead against the corner data and not the wall data. Alright, so if their X and their Y, if any of their X's or their Y matches, do not work. But if they don't match, then do work. Okay? It's kind of kind of confusing, but it's like the inverse of it. So I want it to work when it's incorrect. When okay, so let me go back again. Let me see. Okay, each corner, compare each corner's x to the actual randomly spawned room locations x. If they are the same, then it's true. You don't want to do anything. But if the y is true, you don't want to do anything. So instead of or, I can put and. So every single corner piece, I don't want to do anything. So let's say for this corner piece, anywhere on this line or anywhere on this line, do not use the unoccupied spots for a random room. And if there's a corner piece here, then any corner anywhere on this line or anywhere on this line, as well as anywhere on this line and anywhere this line, do not spawn a random location. So you can spawn in here, you can spawn in here, up here, over here, but not up over here or okay. So, and again, there's less corners than there are straight segments. So there's definitely going to be a lot of unoccupied spaces left, even if I tell it to not use any of the corner spaces. So let me see, can I change this? No, I'm going to go back and say and boolean, and change it that way. No, this is better. The or is better, because the and means that it has to be equal, right? Whereas the or means any of them can match. If any of them match, then it's true. Do not do anything. But if none of them match, then it's false. So then it's safe to do to pick that, to continue with that this saved room location. All right, so is that, oh gosh, let me think of the logic. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this. Before I delete it, x of the room and x of the corner matches. Do not place anything there. Y of the room, y of the corner matches. Do not place anything there. But if the y does not match, no, I want the or. I want the or because I want either or. If any of the matches of the coordinates match, then use it. Because if one of them matches, if the y matches but the x's don't match, it won't. It's still a condition that I don't want. I do not want any room spawning on any line that matches on any of the coordinates that match with the corner pieces. So or would be better, and it in this case or encompasses more locations of the corner data. It should encompass every single location of the corner data, whereas and zip pick because right now I'm only testing against corners. So if and yeah, it's gonna let the and is gonna let some of them through, like especially the ones that match. No, it won't, because it would mean that it has to be exactly overlapping, which will never be the case because of it being unoccupied. The unoccupied should not have anything that the corner pieces have, because the corner pieces should already in here take it out of the array and put it into the occupied H array using that location, the same location. All right, so using or is fine. Using and means that it's exactly on top of each other and that's overlapping. That should never ever happen. So yeah, I want the or. And I want the false condition of the or. So if it's true, if any of it is true, don't do anything. In fact, go back and find another random location. Set a new location. Once you do that, go through the corner data once again and test that new random location. So how can I do that? Can I just simply just do this? What if I go, oh no, if I go all the way back, it's going to create more rooms. No, I don't need to do that. Just leave it open. Because if it breaks, the for loop will continue by itself. It'll go through. Okay, so yeah, let me just do that. So leave it open. Leave it broken. Because then if the logic comes to this true path and there's nothing, it'll automatically go back to the for loop because there's a for loop running. Unless, of course, that's the very last index, then it won't do anything. It will just completely stop. And then that means it's completed, and it'll print end mid rooms generation. So I don't have to reset anything or reconnect it to a new random spawn. It'll just do it on its own. But if I do it this way, then this is more in line in what I want, because then it will be up to 10 rooms, not 10 exact 10 rooms. Whereas the other one was always 10, always, every time 10 rooms are spawned, no matter what, at a corner, at a straight segment, in places it shouldn't be. Whereas this here says, no, go back to your for loop and do not place anything for that index. So subtract 1. So if you want to spawn 10, subtract 1, now you only spawn 9. And if again you pick another random location that we don't want, come back and subtract 1 again. All right, so that's even better. That's even more random and dynamic in how I want the game to be in the first place. That's the whole idea of my game. It needs to be procedurally, randomly, dynamically random. So get that. So if any of that is true, don't do anything. Go back to the for loop and start over again. But if it's not true, good. Continue with the rest of it. Keep that location. Keep that. Where the heck is it? Oh, right here. Keep this location and continue on. Continue forward. Go now to another for loop. checking this, all of the hallways, including the corners. Why? I don't know. Maybe this is another thing that is causing a bunch of problems. Aha! It is. Look at that. So if it's a corner, it's going to save it as a corner to test against. I don't want that. So instead of occupied H, this time I should use wall data and use its grid coordinates and not occupied hallway, because occupied hallway contains all of the hallway segments, not just the straight pieces, but the turn pieces and the corners and all the stuff that I don't want. So that means I gotta do the for each loop, and instead of occupied H, oh gosh darn it, you have to create a new one, a new for each loop. Can you do it if you just delete this and then do that? Nope. You have to create a completely new, I don't know why this is the case. It's kind of weird. Oh, because it comes up with its own like split struct and stuff like that. Alright, so if I connect this, and let me just connect this, even though I don't think I'll ever use the completed branch. Let me go to false, and let me go to loop body this, split the struct, and use only the straight segments hallway locations only. Then I can delete this. Right, so move that up there. Move this a little bit and more in line. Okay, so what am I? Oh shoot! Hey, what's up, Magmatech? Sorry, I've been so concentrating on developing my game. I didn't see. It doesn't work. Why? It works. Why? That's exactly how I feel when working on when I'm working on this darn game. You know, I thought this was going to be very simple because the game mechanics themselves are very simple, but it turned out no, so much more difficult, and took months and months just to do some of the more simpler things. So that alone kind of sucks. But still, I'm excited to learn, you know, how to use Unreal Engine, and it feels good when you actually do get things working, and if you actually do fix a bug. You need to set a timer to check chat. Huh. I never thought of that. You're overthinking it and haven't discovered easier ways. Yeah, learning curve. Have you tried doing this using PC? Yes. That was the whole reason why I came back in the first place. Remember, I told you in 2022 I started to try to create this game, and a whole bunch of bugs popped up, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I got frustrated and just quit. And so after 2 months, I quit. Then I think PCG didn't exist in 2022. I don't think. I can't remember if it did or if it didn't. But whatever the case was, I found out about PCG later, like I think in 2023 or 2024. And I had an idea of, yeah, I don't remember when it's not an old thing. It's kind of new with it's new with Unreal Engine 5. Back then in 2022, I remember specifically I was using Unreal Engine 4.2.4 4.27.2 or something like that. Can't remember. Let me see. Grid spawning using editor utility widget. Okay. Ooh. Nice. If I had that grid spawning utility, that would have made my procedurally generated rooms much easier, because that's the method I use. Is like a chessboard, like rook to e7 or something like that. So if I had something like that, I could, know exactly the spot of where I place a hallway, where I can place a random room, and all that kind of stuff. But it is what it is, and I working with what I got so far. So yeah, good old UE4, which surprisingly enough is like, wow. Maybe I should have just gone back to UE4 to create this game, because this one is creating all kinds of visual anomalies that I don't like, that are tied. Unreal Engine 5 is deeply tied into things like, Lumen and Nanite and stuff that I don't want. I'm not trying to create this game as a AAA for like the highest $5,000 computer. I just want it for my old PC, literally for my old PC. So I'm trying to create it with the least requirements possible. And I should have just stuck with Unreal Engine 4, because that was a really nice engine that didn't mess with Unreal, all the ray tracing crap and the lumen and all that extra nanite that needs $5,000 computers to run. I give you a tip. Assign an ID integer to each grid tile. Use it to do your checks. ID integer to each grid tile. Use it to do your checks. Left would be -1, right would be +1. Up equals row length, down equals row length. Up row length, down row length. You would need extra checks for most left, right, top, down locations, so you always skip to the right now. Interesting. Oh, wait, you're not working with actors, but yes, I'm using instances. Because if I create hundreds and thousands of walls and floors, it's going to bog the system down, especially my old computer. So I had to use instances. I'm not sure if you can assign variables to these. Maybe, because like, if you go back, every time you add an instance, it generates this return value, and that integer is the actual index of that specific instance. So whatever that wall is or that doorway is, it has its own, this generates its own, this return value is its own unique index or integer. Let's go ahead and compile this and proc, save. Save that. Okay. Alright, back to Ugly Beast. Oh, hey McMcTech. So I don't know if you were here, but I actually did come up with another procedural generation method that works, and that's why I call this one Beautiful Creature. Because it works, and Creature because it's a eyesore, spaghetti code eyesore. This one I call Ugly Beast, which is what I'm working on, because ugly, it just doesn't work. And beast, because again, it's like a headache to go through all of this code right now. From what I learned from Beautiful Creature, I'm trying to fix Ugly Beast with the solutions that I found works in Beautiful Creature. So let me see what I got right now. Let me see if I can show you. I got, let me go hide first before the monster pops up and kills me. All right, go up there. Okay, so this is what I got so far. I'm in the south section. This tells me I'm in the south. And if you look at every single one of the rooms, all of them are south facing, which is, that's fine. I'm just testing for now. It means something is up with that logic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and it's spawning all 10 rooms. Okay? So the idea is that, you know, the rooms are supposed to pick from these unoccupied areas and not pick from any of the occupied areas, which is this main hallway. And so far, that's what it's doing. But now the next thing is that wherever they are to the main hallway, it should determine what room it is. In this case, it's not. I guess I don't have the logic working. So in this case, this room should be a west facing room, meaning that the doorway shouldn't be at the south, the doorway should be on the east side. And all of these rooms, since they are on the left side of the main hallway, they should be east facing, meaning their doorways should not be on the south, their doorways should all be on the right side of the room, which is the east side of the room. That's why it's called east facing. And then from there, I should have logic that says remove the corresponding wall so that you can connect a hallway to it. And if it's already adjacent, obviously just remove the wall. It's already connected. But none of that is happening, and that's why this is called the Ugly Beast. And now I'm here trying to fix that, or at least get some of it working. And right now I'm getting a headache and I want to smash my keyboard on the monitor, on the desk. And yeah, so anyways, here I am testing this part. So now I know that instead of using occupied H, which contains all of the corners and the straight pieces, I don't want that. I only want the straight pieces, which I know is what wall data is. Wall data has all straight pieces. Corner data has all the corner data, which I don't want. So that's the point at where I'm. Oh, you know what? I didn't show you. I'm not sure if you can decide. Very good. Good practice trying different ways. Sometimes you can come up with amazing unexpected results. Yeah. So let me show you. I forgot to, as I was explaining, Ugly Beast. I already showed you Ugly Beast doesn't work. And that's why I'm here today trying to fix it. But let me disconnect the custom event from here. All right. Generate the mid rooms and actually move it over to Beautiful Creature. And show you it does work, and it gave me an idea to have Beautiful Creature be the crew quarters or the sleeping area, although it looks like a bunch of closets. But let me go ahead and compile it. But the thing about Beautiful Creature is, as messy and eyesore that it looks, it actually works, and I already fixed the bugs and the kinks. And so let me run it, show you what I got with that. Alright, let me go hide here. So let me show you. So if I go in, you see all the rooms on the side. Oh, this part is still broken. So I need to fix that. So that should not be there. That should, well, that should be there. A wall should be there. Two walls, in fact, should be there. So something messed up there. This one works fine. So the problem I had earlier was that all of these corners would have a blocking wall. So I fixed that part. So now I just need to, let me see, anything else broken? Okay, eventually I will fix the monster's pathing. Right now he's bugged still. I'm not worried about that. First I want to get the foundation of the architecture working first. The procedural rooms and hallways working first. And then I can concentrate on the monster not getting stuck at corners and walls and stuff like that. But let me see. This one right here is a Oh, okay. It's removing the wall, and this is what I was afraid of when I was fixing stuff earlier. This is what I was afraid of with all of this. So not only does the code remove walls on the true path, but also on the false path. So even though there is no wall, no rooms on this side here, it still removes the wall. So I need to incorporate maybe some checks that say, if there isn't anything here, do not remove the wall. But other than that, let me test it again. It doesn't always break. But still, that's a bug that needs to be fixed. Let me see. Let's try it again. Let's look through here. Okay, so it still breaks that side. Let me just go ahead and let's test it. No. Okay, here, let me test this one. Let's hide here. Let me go through this and see if what it breaks. So it seems to work. I feel like I'm coming up to, yep, there it is. There's walls missing there. It's always there. It's always there. It's always the south side, the east walls that are nearest this east boundary. I put like an invisible buffer here so there's no walls or rooms that get created here so that it never touches this other wall. Same with this side, but for some reason this side works fine. There are no missing walls here, yet there are so this is good for crew quarters. So these procedure also just testing it out, but having it adjacent to the hallway itself works. But now eventually I want to have them randomly generated where they are further out and you have to walk through a hallway to get to the room instead of just the room directly connected to the main hallway. So this is the portion that is not working, and it always seems to be the right wall of a north to south section. The right wall of the north to south south to north section. I got to remember that. So let me try it again. Let me test and see if that happens again with the same side. Where is... Oh, I just bypassed it. Right here. Ugh, I'm moving too fast. Yeah, slow it down a bit. So I need to make sure that... Okay, so... Got that. Those were... Okay. Oh. What? This should be empty. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So these rooms are here. Dang it. Okay, now this is... Oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, because I'm on the wrong side. Okay, so starting from south. So let me see. Is the bug consistent? Yes, it's consistent. So again, once again, it's missing the walls that should be there. No. Oh, yeah, no. This is going to work because it does it. I prevented the... what do you call it? I prevented the logic from from creating a procedurally generated rooms at this too close to the main hallway, to the fixed hallways. So in this case, this is the north fixed hallway, and that one is the south fixed hallway. So you can see that there are no procedurally generated rooms over here. I don't want them there, as well as on this side. So that's why these are still here, as opposed to these, which are not here. They're missing. So there's something... Dang it, and it's consistent. So let me go back and just test one more time. No, I don't want that. I want the spaceship. Okay, here I am at the spaceship. Go and hide. And... am I on the correct side? No. Let me go back to the south side. That means some walls over here should be missing. Let me see. Yeah, which is weird because when I tested them before, they were working. I wonder if I did something. What if I did something that messed up these walls? These always happen to be always broken at the same... It's consistent. It's always these walls. It's never these walls or these walls. It's always this. If I'm on the south side, it's always the straight segments from south to north, and it's always the right side wall or the east wall. So let me see what is going on. This here is the... No, that's the wrong one. This here, straight ahead, that's... And this is the right side wall. Its location is the floor's location. The index, is that correct? That's correct. The right wall. The heck? I remember it worked before. What did I break? Something broke. Did I remove something? Right side wall. So it's this logic. Follow it up to here. Wall. What broke? instance, if the okay, so if the main hallway, the location of the main hallway, which is this here, if that location is contained in this unoccupied, then it's true. Remove the wall and place a room. But if it's not true, that means that it is occupied, so there should be a room there already. So remove the wall so that the wall is not blocking that room. And that should only be false because a room is already occupying that space. But in my test, there was no room occupying that space, yet it still removed the wall. So what is going on? And it's doing that consistently for the right wall only. It seems to work fine. Let me look at that. Let me look at what's different. No. It looks exactly the same. Looks exactly the same. So why? Let me see if I go all the way down here. Go trace back. This is the south wall. Remove the south wall. No, that one works fine. What did I change? What did I break? This is so hard to... Dun, 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 dun. How can I test for that specific one? Unoccupied. It will be occupied, so maybe... So I have something to do with these. Dun, dun, dun. Why is it not? I'm gonna have to maybe fix, I mean, not fix, but like work on this later. Is that it looks perfectly fine, but that's the thing that sucks is you can't tell until you run it. Because I remember specifically it did work before. And remove that. Give this a little bit more space on that side. Some more space on this side. A little more space on that side. Right wall. Remove the wall, remove the wall. One removes the wall and adds the room. The other one removes the wall because there's already a room there. And that's what this logic says. If there's no room there, place a room there, remove the wall. If there is a room there, then there shouldn't be a wall there anyways. If there is a wall there, destroy that wall. That's what this is doing. So if it's occupied, whatever wall that is, destroy it so that it's not blocking that occupied room. But if there is no room there, then place the room there and remove the wall. So now I need to make the logic so that if neither is the case, you cannot place a room there. and you cannot place the room there. No, there's only, it's either you're pregnant or you're not pregnant. There is a room or there's not a room. And if there's not a room, then you put a room. So something else is broken. You're not like half pregnant or half. You're either you are or you aren't. In this case, in this specific case, you are occupied or you're not occupied. And so my logic covers both. So that means if you don't have anything, place something there. So those invisible those open walls should be open but with rooms there. Yes, I think I know what wait, I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened. I think it's the I think it's my checks. Right? I think I set a buffer somewhere that said do not place any hallways or rooms here. No, that shouldn't work because then that means these will also not place hallways or room. And then, so that means those walls will be missing with no rooms. So let me see. If test it again. Am I on the south side? Yes. So let me see. Let's go through this. Right. Let's see. It's not consistent. There should be nothing here. Should be. So I'm on the south side. Yes. So these. Why? Okay, I get. Okay. See? Look at that. You see how far away from the east boundary it is? So it does place the rooms. So something is happening that prevents these rooms from being placed at the east boundary. I have a sort of invisible boundary here that says do not place a hallway or, yeah, pretty much just a hallway. But I guess that boundary is also working for rooms. And that's why it's whenever there is a turn that is close to this area at the depending on the south, that's why it's not generating a room and it's just a missing wall. Whereas here, it is generating the rooms. Huh. So now, let me go ahead and test it again and again and again. I need to see if that's the case. That should also happen for this side. Oh, no, that's the same bug. Oh, because it can't happen on this side because nothing generated on this side, so everything is here. But there, it's back again. See? It's getting too close to this buffer. I specifically didn't want... Oh, he got stuck. Alright, I specifically didn't want the hallways to be generated too close to this fixed hallway because I just didn't want that. And I'm guessing that invisible boundary that I set for the hallways are somehow also working for the rooms. I never said anything that the rooms cannot be placed there. So But if that's the case, that means this side should also be missing walls as well and rooms. But I think when I tested it before, it worked. So let me try it again. Let me see if I can get... instead of it doing it this way, I could just do it in-game. Instead of like clicking the stop button, I could just press new game and do this faster. Alright, so let's go back and then just check. Oh, okay, here. Let me see. What the heck? Oh, there you go. There you go. It's a bug for this side as well. So it is something to do with the boundaries. So you can see here, this, since there is no floor here, this is not the south side. This is the north side. So there is an invisible boundary that I set for the hallways to never be placed in this area. But apparently, for some odd reason, it's also working for the rooms to never be placed here. So the logic is correct in removing the walls. So I don't need to fix that. I don't need to fix the logic of beautiful creature. It's the other logic that says never place anything beyond this invisible boundary. Never place a hallway specifically. So I don't know why it's also applying to rooms. That's the thing. So I don't. That's going to be tricky to fix because it's only supposed to be for hallways, not rooms. So the beautiful creature logic of removing these walls is correct. So I don't need to fix anything there. What needs to be fixed is either forcibly place rooms here and bypass the invisible boundary there. I call it the east boundary and the west boundary. So let's say if I'm the south side right here, this here is the east bounds and this here is the west bounds. And I did that so that the walls never, because before I did that, the walls would always go past and, generate all the way across down here or all the way across down here. So now I put up an invisible boundary saying that you can't even place it in here. You have to stop at this point so that it never even gets close to these fixed hallways. But for some reason, it's also applying to rooms, which I did not place no boundaries for rooms, only for the hallways. And so that's why I'm saying it's tricky for me to figure out, because even if I forcibly try to place rooms here, those boundaries will just, say no. So my beautiful creature logic is working perfectly. What I probably need to tweak is to test against the boundary and tell beautiful creature, do not remove the wall if you are next to this boundary, this invisible boundary, which in this case is the west bounds. So I do not have a solution for that, as simple as it may seem, and so I'm not even going to bother working on it right now. I'm going to go back to ugly creature or ugly beast and figure out beautiful creature's unique bug. It's a niche bug because it only happens if it gets too close to the west bounds, to the east bounds, or this here west bounds. But at least it's consistent and I know for sure what I need to fix. It's as easy as it seems. That is not easy. I don't have a solution. So instead of working on that right now, I really, really want to see if I can try to get this working. Anyways, my whole point of showing was to show you that beautiful creature works. But I found a bug, so it's a good thing I checked. So let me break this and stop working on that. I'll work on that later. And come back to this. Come back to Ugly Beast. Alright. So I was here. So now I only want to test against this here, all of the straight pieces. Okay, so all of the straight pieces is going to iterate through every single straight piece within the main grid area. And it's going to save it into this, and then it's going to compare it against the randomly spawned room. And that's what I want. If their x's match, oh no, this is not checking there. This is subtracting the x from the other x and then making it a positive number. And then saving that. Oh no, I bypassed it. So that it'll save it as a negative or a positive number. Since I disconnected it from the absolute node. And then test it against minimum distance, which is is outside of the boundaries of the map. And if it is less, then that's true. Continue with the logic and go ahead and save hallway location or this into the actual location you want to use in game for this, which is weird because it's just being set again. So there is no point to this or this. So and that is that's correct. I do want hall location to use to be the actual hallway that is being tested against or iterated against. So yeah, I don't need this. Don't need this. Okay. The whole point of minimum distance and minimum x and minimum y is to find out which one is the smaller number. So the smaller number says that the room and the wall are closer to each other. But if it's a bigger number, that means the wall and the room and the wall are farther away from each other. So I'm trying to tell the logic to pick the closer one. If x is closer, then pick that path. But if y is closer, then pick the y path. So if x is closer, if it's equal to or less than the distance between the y's, then do this, which is place the east room or the west rooms. Do the east or west logic. But if it's not, if y is closer, then use the north or south logic. Yeah, that makes sense because it's going to be north, because the room is either going to be north or south of the hallway in this case. And if it's on the x, that means the room is going to be either to the west or the east of the hallway. So that's correct. But so that seems to be working. Well, I don't know if it's working okay, because the other things are broken before this. So it's sort of preventing this from even checking, because the whole entire thing has to complete first before this checks. And it should, because it looks kind of like a small, logic to run through. after it checks all the wall data, all the straight segments in this case. Only straight segments are saved in wall data. So I think this is a problem here. Maybe false connecting to the next branch, but then the false of this connecting to nothing, forcing this to go back to the loop. No, I think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Because running through each of the branches ensures that these variables are being set. It makes sure that what it's testing between the randomly generated room's location and the chosen, in this case, the wall data's location, it's testing, this here code is testing which is closer, X or Y. Are they closer on the X or are they closer on the Y? These two separate locations, the hallway and the room, are they closer together on the x-axis or are they closer together on the y-axis? If they are closer on the x-axis, then choose the west and east logic rooms, which is the east or west facing rooms. But if they are close, this whole logic here says if they are closer on the y-axis, then choose this logic down here, which is the north or the south. So this is what determines that. But for some reason, something about it is broken and it doesn't seem to be checking every time I test. It doesn't seem to be to test. Because it just places some random room. So something about this code is wrong. Subtract the x's, okay, to see how far or close apart, see how far they are to each other. And then subtract the y's. Oh, if the x's are the same, then save the distance. Okay, that looks fine. But if they are not the same, check the y. Are the y's the same? Yes. Save the y and why do I need to check? Why do I need to check? Because one or the other is going to be smaller. This should always be smaller than the minimum y, which is a very huge number, 99999. And so it'll always be true. So it'll always set whatever this is into minimum y distance. Then when it all is said and done with all the iterations, then it'll go to completed and it'll test between x and y. And it'll compare which one is bigger, which one is smaller, or closer, and which one is farther. The closer one, pick that route. The farther one, pick the other route. Or if the other one is closer, pick that route. So that alone, that should be fine. That should be working. Alright, so do I remove and add things here? I feel like no. Feel like I should do that. Right, right after it saves, I feel like I should, right after I save it into a variable, go ahead and remove it from the actual array and add it to the other array. So, yeah, let me see if I can adjust this to show that. Like that. Down here, up here, down here. Like right about here. Maybe I can move these down a little bit more. Make a little bit more space. Move this a bit closer to this. All the way down here. No, I want it down there. Let's connect this. Was this connected before? I wonder. I can't remember. Maybe that's why it wasn't working properly. Alright. I just feel like this needs to be done. Because I already saved it, the location that I want to use, into this. So there is no need to draw it out when to save, when to remove. Just do it right away. Just add and remove right away. Let's put down here. So I can put it. So I got corner data. Anytime the randomly generated room matches the corner data, I don't want that. So if it's true, I don't want to do anything. But if they never match, then good. That's when I do want to do stuff. I want to now start to check against the straight hallways, compare against them, and then so I think this is fine now. Now I need to get into the actual this part. And what is this doing? Once again, I am comparing the location and the room location. So in this case, I was comparing them because I needed to know which one is closer. Is it the X closer? Are the rooms and the hallways closer to each other on the X, or are they closer to each other on the Y? That's all that this whole entire mess is. Okay, so now that I got that completed and I think it's working, now I move on to this, which goes into this logic. Let me see if I can move it closer. Up here? Down here? Right here. Once it's here, depending on which is closer, are they closer to the other to each other on the x-axis, or are they closer to each other on the y? You go to the different branches. Okay, but before you even get there, there is a conditional check. Let me see. What is this doing? Is the room greater than the hallway? Meaning, is the room on the right side of the hallway. If it is on the right side, yes, because they're testing the X. If it is on the right side of the hallway, true, then place a west-facing room and set the room type to be a west-facing room. So not only do you set the room type variable as a west-facing room, you also place the west-facing room, which I don't think I want. I want this to be inside of the loop body, like beautiful creature here. Inside of the loop body, everything is inside the loop body. From checking the walls to setting the variable to use, to checking, to removing walls, and to placing rooms, and then to removing locations from unoccupied and adding them to occupied variables. So there's a lot of work to be done here, a lot of rearranging. So yeah, this is fine. This is what I want. Let me see, what is this testing? This is testing on the Y. If the room location is less than the hallway's location, that means it is north. So if it's true, the room is south facing, place a south facing hallway, and so a south facing is a room that is on the northern side of the hallway. So this logic is fine. So if it's true, do that. If it's false, that means the room is south of the hallway, so place a north-facing room there. Okay, so but whenever I test it, the logic doesn't seem to work. So what am I? So all the way up to this point is correct. But why then is it not showing as correct in actual testing? What's going on here? Uh-oh. For some reason, this is I don't remember. Oh, okay. I see what happened. I moved this over, and that's why it seems like it's connected. But in fact, that's not supposed to be the case. So let me just move it over like this. Do that and disconnect this. This one should be connected. That's what I'm testing for right now. If I can just get this one branch to work flawlessly, perfectly, good. Because then I could copy whatever I did there to get the rest of these branches working flawlessly. Alright, so I do not want them to generate any rooms, but by them generating rooms, it's showing me what else could be wrong. Because for some odd reason, it's always placing a south-facing room. So let me go back and test again. Is it going to be more south-facing rooms? Let me see. Where am I? Am I south? So back up so I can see that. Alright. Alright, so it broke. Okay, I'm on the south side. It broke something else. Okay, so this wall is not connected to any of the walls that are in that logic. So why did it break this wall? Let me see. Is that supposed to be a room there? You see the monster. Oh, the monster saw me. So hide from the monster. After a while, the monster will stop chasing. You see, it's already going the other way. But let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So what is going on? 10. Yikes. What did I do? Oh, you know what? This didn't happen before. Let me see if they... So here's a corner piece. Yeah, this should not be here. So my corner piece logic is not working. Again, here's another corner piece. And look at that. These rooms are being spawned in places where I specifically said do not spawn if they even are on the same row or column of a corner piece. And yet here they are. They're still being spawned. So my logic there is wrong. I need to look at that, and I really want to work on. That's not supposed to ever happen. It is supposed to be picking from random unoccupied spaces, but it's supposed to be checked against corners to say never place it in line with a corner. Not on the x-axis, not on the y-axis. So this should not spawn. This should not spawn. This should not spawn. And this should not spawn. These are fine. This is fine. This is fine. That's fine. This is fine because there's no corners there. And that's not fine. So what is up with my logic? Maybe I do need to change the the boolean from and or nor. I don't know. It seems so simple, yet is not working. It's just like the simplest thing, and yet it's not working. That's all I want. I don't want these to ever randomly spawn in line with any x or y coordinate locations or corner locations. Here is fine because if you go across, there's no other corners. What to do? I need to check that. It really has something to do with that logic, I'm feeling like. It really, really does. I feel like it has something to do with... where is that logic? This here, right here. This here is my corner logic. I feel like it really has something to do with this. Maybe I should change this to a NOR or a XOR. Do they have those? Do those exist? Yeah, there's a XOR Boolean. And then there is a... Yeah, there's a NOR Boolean. Let me just go ahead and place them in there. I'm just going to test them all out and see. And then, of course, let's test the AND. Oops, not that one. I don't think AND will ever work because that means it's going to overlap. The hallway and the randomly spawned room is going to overlap. Oh, there's even a NAND. I don't know what the NAND is going to be, but let's just test that one too. And see, this is why I'm not a programmer, because you're not supposed to test it each. You're supposed to logically go through it. But I'm not. So I'm going to have to do it one by one. And this is probably going to take forever. So let me start with this one. Let me start with the... Let me start with the XOR. I'm going to go up that way. So I'm going to go that, and that, and that. Oh, that's fine. Compile. And it's taking forever to compile. Oh no. Save. Oh, that's why it's going to take forever, because it takes forever to just to compile. All right, so let me see if this. Okay, I don't care about this right now. I don't care about missing walls. I only care about random rooms generating where they shouldn't be, which is at corners. Once again, generated at a corner. They should not be placed here. This should not be here. Everything else looks fine. Everything else, oh, except for this one. This is spawning at a corner. That's where I want it. That's where I want. That's where I want. But I don't want this, and I don't want this, and I don't want this, because they're at corners. This I especially don't want. This one is the most hated because it's at. So no matter what I do, even if I do keep these corners, no matter how I connect to them, they're still going to connect to a piece where it's going to have this corner piece showing, and that's going to be extra code that I don't want to mess with. I'm specifically trying to avoid corners so that I don't have to mess with that little corner piece. Can you believe it? That little corner piece is causing so much headaches. All right, stop. And anyways, for me, it's so much easier to work with straight pieces or work off of straight pieces, as evidenced by Beautiful Creature. The whole reason why Beautiful Creature works is because it's based specifically, it's starting off working from wall data, which only has straight pieces. Doesn't have any of the corner pieces. If you want the corner pieces, use corner data. So let me see. It says it got a little bit closer. Oh, I want to test it again with XOR. No. I don't need to test it again, because I know even that one showed me that it was wrong. It still showed random rooms spawning at the corner pieces, which I don't want. NOR is going to be interesting. Let's see what NOR does. Compile. I wonder, can you guess what's going to happen? Because I can't. That's why I'm iterating through each of them one by one manually. But if you were like a true software engineer, you probably could guess what is going to happen. I can't. So let me go ahead and save this and run this and see what happens. I don't want to go in there yet. That's too far. Oh, I already can see that the room is wall is missing. Okay, I can go in now. The blue coordinates up in the left corner tells me that the monster has spawned, and those coordinates are telling me that's where he wants to go check and roam. Okay, so I'm on the north side. Okay, so Nor is the worst. Is one of the worst, because it exactly spawns on corners and only on corners. So I definitely do not want Nor. But it's doing what I want it to do, up to 10 rooms, not always 10 rooms. So it's like 3 rooms in this case. So let me stop that. Oh, you know what? So if I can get the inverse of NOR, then it will spawn all of the other rooms and not the corner room. So if I keep NOR and somehow get the inverse of NOR. Is there an inverse of NOR? Maybe an AND or something. Okay, so keep NOR in mind. Let me just go up the row here, up the column, and test out the different Boolean conditions. But keep NOR in mind, because NOR is doing exactly what I don't want. if I can somehow inverse NOR, it will, I'm assuming, do exactly what I want, which is ignore all the corners. All right, so let me do that and test and NAND first, then go back to NOR and see how I can fiddle with it to see if I can get it to work how I want it to work. Oh, what am I doing? Why did I press that? Save that. Go here. Quickly try to hide before the monster spawns. And then go. I'm on the north side. Okay, what was this? This was AND. So that's a corner. Nope, AND doesn't work either. Because it's even placing the most dreaded, hated room, which is at corner piece on the X and the Y. So I don't want AND. Don't want AND. Let me go back. I'm assuming NAND is like sort of like the opposite of that, I guess. I don't know. So I'm still gonna try it. I can't guess. I'm not a software engineer. Put that there. Put that there. Let's see. So that's too far. I don't want to go and run into a monster if he. Oh. So there he is. See if I can hide here. Hopefully he's not gonna chase me. Oops. Hey. Hey. What's going on? What happened? What did I do? Oh my god, you guys. This whole time, was it on the wrong Hello, how are you doing today? Lisa Jean, I'm doing fine. How are you? Thank you for asking. Just working on my first video game. I'm kind of upset that the event graph was not where it's supposed to be, and not sure why I cannot place it back. Something is wrong. I wonder, can I? What do I do? What did I do? Suppose I gotta reset the layout. Does that work? So I was wondering if all this whole time you guys couldn't see what I was working on. Oh my goodness. Alright. So, NAND. I don't remember. Let me just test it again to see. Yeah, hide here. Okay, I'm on the south side. NAND completely doesn't work at all. Doesn't work at all. Does it spawn inside? No, I have logic already. It says not to spawn inside of the hallway. Not to spawn any rooms inside of the hallway. So that's a separate piece of logic. So it's not spawning anywhere. Not at corners, not at straight pieces. Let me see if that was just a fluke. And let me try test again. If it was just that one, because even though I set the hallway to randomly generate in a zigzag pattern, there are some times when it randomly generates a very straight pattern. It just, there's no turns at all. It's just straight. And I was like, whoa, how did that happen? So I get it. It's random. So if that can happen there, then NAND can probably happen. And it looks like NAND is doing it again and not spawning anything. So that means something is, the logic is not working for NAND. It's always true. Let me stop that. Go back. Because it's not even. So if that's the case, let me switch and see what happens. So if NAND is always true, what's it going to do? Is it going to place them at corners and straight pieces? If not, I'm just going to completely forget about NAND. Go back to NOR. Was it NOR or XOR? I can't remember. Save that. Test. NAND. It's on NAND again, but this time it's on the true path. So let's see what the true path reveals. Broken wall here. Fine, I don't care about that for now. To work on that later. Okay. Yeah, I don't want it. Still, it still spawns on the corners. Okay, so let me stop this. Okay. I don't want N. I don't want N. So let me go back and test NOR. But this time, test NOR on the true path. Will that work? I don't know. I'm not a software engineer who should know that stuff. If you don't, you shouldn't be a software engineer. Alright. Come on, come on, come on. Show me something. Damn it, it did it once again. Once again, it's broken. Exit, 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 exit. I don't want that, I don't want that. Alright. I will be right back. Sorry, guys. I gotta go use the restroom. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Hello, Lisa Jean. Thank you for following. Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you? Just working on my video game. So pretty much, this video game is sort of like a passion project for me. Let me see something. How come this is not? Is it me or is it not updating? Let me see. I wonder. I wonder if it was stuck this whole time. If the screen was stuck this whole time. If so, why? Darn it. Alright, so let me go back. So right now I am at NOR and I'm trying to test the true path. Previously I tested NOR on the false path and it was doing exactly what I didn't want. Everything was exactly what I didn't want, which is spawn all of the rooms in line with a corner piece, which I do not want. So I'm trying to see if I can get the inverse of that. Maybe that would be the true case. So let me see if I can test that. So let me see. Selected. Run and hide. Alright, go in. No, darn it. Still not. So there's a corner right here. And there's a room right here. Yeah, I don't want that room. Darn. Darn. Then there's this one here that's also at a corner spot. So I'm going to have to come up with another solution, if not the... And once again, here I am on the south. Why are only rooms, south-facing rooms, being generated? None of the other rooms are. Is this a south-facing? Yes, because there's the door right there. It's blocked off by the wall. You can see the door, though. Shape of the door. Every single one. Let me see. Is it 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. What can I do? See, try this on the false. Try it one more time. I think it was NOR. Was it NOR or XOR? I can't remember. I can't remember which one it was. But I'm going to see. Alright, so X. NOR, but on the false. Let me just look at it and see. And go in here, hide. Darn it. There's that one up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's at a corner. Strangely enough, this one is not at a corner. Not only that, but it, wait, yeah, I'm on the south. It should not even spawn there. Let me see. Let me take this. Let me move it. What is that? 5,000. Oh, 55, 50, 55, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30. Oh no, it's correct. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, it's correct. Hmm. What's this? Darn it. Don't. So let me stop that. Let me check the boundaries. If y is positive 30, k 30, where is it? Oh, because you know why? With Ugly Beast, I do not have that boundaries. I did not set those boundaries. But with Beautiful Creature, I did over here. You see? Oh, but it's the negative 300, negative 3,000, and the positive 2,500. All right. Huh. Let me test Nor once again just to see. I think I'm on the north side. Oh, I'm on the south side. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Hmm. That's not what I want. That is not what I want. Spawning right at the corner. And so is this one. Okay, so my logic is all kinds of wrong. Let me rethink how to do this. Because I still want this to work. Because as much as I like Beautiful Creature, I don't want to use that for all the decks. This one is perfect for crew quarters, sleeping quarters, living areas. While this one, if I can just get Ugly Beast to work, if I can just get this one to work, this one could be like the workshop area, the kitchen, the mess hall, some other, offices. But, I don't know where, so this really sucks. So the corner data, corner data has the locations of all the corners, yes, saved into this array. And I'm taking their coordinates, testing them against the randomly spawned room, which is this here. And what am I doing? I'm testing if their x is the same. I don't want that. But if their y is the same, I also don't want that. So if their x is the same and their y is different, I don't want that. If their y is the same and the x is different, I don't want that. So is that a NOR? Dang it, this logic thing is breaking my brains. Okay, so if their x's are the same, if they are equal, I do not want that. So false. Do stuff on the false. But if it's true, maybe, no. Okay, let me see, let me think. I'm so bad at this Boolean crap. So if their x's if they are on the same x-axis but different y-axis, I do not want that. It's true, so false. That's correct. All right, so that should have worked. So either or, it doesn't matter which one. So I'm going to have to go back to or Boolean. And work from there because I don't know what's going on with nor. I thought it was working, but it's not. If either case are the same, if either of the coordinates y or x or y are the same, I don't want that. How about if I do stuff on the true? No. No, 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 no. I only want it to be true on... How about I just forget about trying to test for corners and just work with straight segments directly, like I did with Beautiful Creature. Huh. Why don't I just do that? Let me see what I do. What did I do for... Okay, I see. So with Beautiful Creature, I didn't even choose a random room location. It just was spawned by on its own. So I don't even have a variable for it set. Whereas in Ugly Beast, I do have a randomly chosen location and set to be the room's location. And then not only that, I compare it to the hallway. So that's making things very difficult, very confusing. And looking at it, it looks like the logic should work, yet it's not. Playtesting it shows that it's not working. So this is the X, this is the Y. They're being tested. If they, how about this? Instead of testing for equal, how about testing for not equal? Is there such a thing, not equal? Actually, yeah, I think I want not equal. In fact, I want... Huh. Not equal. No, I want them both to be not equal. That would be perfect, yeah. Yes, that would be perfect. That should work. So let me see. So that and I was just thinking about it, and it feels like that is exactly what I want. I don't want any of their X's or Y's to match, which means it should never be a corner. And so if that's true, then I can run off of the true path and not the false path. Let me see. If the X's of the room and the hallway are not the same, good. If the Y's of the room and the hallways are not the same, good. Then, and if both cases are true, then that's the case that I want. So if those are true, then continue on. and that should be the hallway. So let me see. We shall see. Is this gonna work? I do not care about missing walls right now. I don't care about whether or not. Oh, of course, they're not gonna fall in it. Ooh, wait a second. Because look at that. Even though I only have 2 corners, none of it is falling on a corner, row, or column. Yeah, see, this is not a corner. I think I did it, you guys. I think I figured it out. Let me test another. Think I figured it out. Is this it? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I think this is it. Please, please, please. No, it's not it. You see, that's a corner. That's a corner. That is on a corner. This corner here. Damn it. I was so close. So close. I thought. Come on, 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 come on. Alright. It's on the north side. This is sitting on a corner. I don't want that. But the majority of them are not sitting on corners. So now I need to just make some logic to stop it. Either that or let me test something else. So if this is the south side, this side is the south side because of this floor marker, and I'm looking at this direction. That means whatever this room is in line with, whatever corner that is a turn left corner. So if you come from the south, you gotta turn left. So I gotta look at the turn left corner. See why it still spawns. Is it only the turn lefts that keep spawning where I don't want it to? Let me see. Let me just hide over here. I'm already on the south side. Turn left. Okay, good, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this actually is perfect. This is exactly what I want. Except I don't want this, but I haven't made the logic for this yet. Because then if I try to connect a wall, branching hallway, it's going to go through this room. But that is for some later time in the future. Right now, I just want it to never spawn on a corner piece. But, okay, this was not a good example. I got to test some more. It has to show up on a turn left. So that there was a turn left in there and it didn't spawn. That's just random generation. So let me see if another turn left occurs, and I need to be down here in the south. Alright. Alright, so here's a turn right. And it's spawning. Oh, 2 are spawning at a turn right. Here's another turn right. It's spawning at a turn right. Here's a turn right. Okay. This is not working. I wonder if it's because Huh. Maybe it, yeah, since this is south, it tests against this one first. So it places it because it doesn't see this as a corner. But then as it goes along, then a turn pops up, and then now there's a turn. I have to somehow make the code. Huh. This is difficult. So I test here. I test this element. This element is not a turn. So it compares between each other, and it's not a turn. So it places it. But then as it moves through the for each loop, a turn is here. Oh, you know why? After it places it, it doesn't even do the loop. It doesn't even go to the rest to test the rest of the segments to see if there are corners that it aligns with. So it just places it. So I need some kind of code that tests all of the corners first before placing. Because not even before placing, but just test all the corners. Because what happens is the for each loop goes through, and as soon as it doesn't find a corner, it places it. But once it finds a corner, it stops. So, but it's already placed by this segment saying that it's okay to place. And so it just keeps going, and no, it doesn't even keep going. It just stops at the corner. Actually, my logic is all kinds of wrong. Again, my logic specifically is looking only at the corners. This here should only be corner or turn pieces, which means it only checks here, it only checks here, it only checks here, 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 and that's it. So if this were randomly generated and tested against this, they do not match, so go ahead and place it. So if this one here is tested against this, it says yes, they don't match, so place it. So I need another kind of logic that says test every single corner before placing it. If even one of the corners matches, don't place anything at all. So it goes through each iteration, but the first iteration doesn't match, so it still places it. Yet when it comes to the third iteration, so there's one corner here, second corner here, third corner here, and everything starts at the south. That's why I mark it with the south. So this is the first corner it tests with, then this is the second, then this is the third. But even though it tests, it doesn't even matter anymore because the first corner said it's okay because they do not match on X or Y. So it places it. Oh, you know what new code I should add then? So if it keeps iterating through and it finds, oh no, it won't do that because it'll iterate and it'll stop. So once it Yeah, so my logic is all wrong. So that's why it's still placing these rooms, and I'm wondering why. Because it goes to the first one and it tests. Are they not the same? Yes, they're not the same. So go ahead and place it. But I need to change that logic. I need to say test everything first. Test everything first and then continue with the logic. After you test every single one of the corners that are generated, after you test every single one of the corners that you generated, if any of them match, do not place it. But how do I iterate through the whole entire thing? So right before I go through here, right before this connection, there should be something else that says if they don't match, if they do match, if they do match, I need something to break the iteration. No, not break. I needed to run through everything first to test every corner. How can I do that? That's what the for each loop is supposed to do, but it breaks. Oh, because I break it myself. So, how about I how about I do this? Each corner tested does not match. Okay. Not each corner. Yeah, each individual corner that is tested does not match. So go ahead and place it. I don't want that because what it's going to do is it's going to go to the next one. And if it does match, it doesn't matter because it's already the code has already run to place. So I have to make it so that it tests first. So maybe what I want to do is like a sequence. So I first run and test. If any of these are the case, if any of them are false, then do I want a sequence? Huh. How about if I have a for each loop with a like a break? How can I use the break? If I have a for each loop with a break, how do I use the break? Oh, that's how I use it. So if it's false, then I break it and I stop the for each loop. So maybe I can do it that way. Again, that's not what I want. I want it to go through the entire thing. So that's not what I want. I don't want to break. I don't want to ever break it. unless I I'm just thinking of how I can do this. I know I want to check every corner piece. I don't want any to slip by. I want to check every piece. So I do not want it to break at any point. I want it to go through the whole entire iteration, to iterate through every single corner piece. Then maybe I save some condition that says, does a corner piece exist? I mean, not does a corner piece exist, but does oh gosh, this is difficult. This is difficult because it's going to go through this 10 times. It's going to pick a random location 10 times. How can I do this? If it's a corner piece, so I wonder if I should. Dun, 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 dun. What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? If there's got to be a way to figure this out. Just okay, random room. So there's got to be a way to get this to work the way that I want it to work, which is never spawn a random room, a random location that is in line with the X or Y axis of a corner piece. It does work at first, but that's because it didn't iterate through the whole entire corner list of corners, the whole entire array of corners. It only checked against the first corner and found that, yeah, they do not match, so go ahead and place the room there. But then as it iterates through, it doesn't even iterate through, it just like stops. In fact, it doesn't stop. It just keeps going. It's just the first instance that does not match. So there has got to be some other thing I can do. Something else I gotta do. I gotta. Does a for loop? But for loops do not allow you to use arrays, so there's got to be something else in the array. Is there something else in the array I can use? Filter an array based on a class derived from a defined item. In fact, I think it's the random rooms itself. So I should test against the random rooms. So what I should do is iterate through this for loop 9 times, save each random location, save that into an array. Don't do anything else after that array. Don't move on to the next, logic. Just stop right there. Let the for loop iterate through each of the until it creates 10 random spots. And then from those 10 random spots, locations, test their x and y against the corner data's x and y. Iterate not through the corner data, but iterate through the random locations. If one of them matches a corner, remove that item. Iterate through. So the way that this is being compared, first against the corners, but that's not what I want. I want it to first compare against the locations. So if I can get that location to check first against a corner, if it's true, the logic should stop and go back to the next for index, which holds the next random location. So if I'm going to do that, I'll have to create an array of vectors called random choices. And that's all they are right now. They're not rooms, they're just choices, choice locations. They're just random locations first. Random choices. Is that feel like I might be complicating things. Mm. Okay, so it saves the randomly chosen unoccupied space into random choice. And it has to be unique. Because even if it wasn't unique, it would be an overlapping thing, which the whole point of my Hellray generation itself is not to overlap each other. Not to have any segments overlap each other. So, but the thing about random choice is I need to wait until every single one of these are iterated through for loop. So dun, 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 dun. Then once completed, then continue with the rest of the logic. Right? Will that work that way? Random choice. This must be taken out first. Then you iterate through the for each loop again. But this time you test against random choice, not against corner data. So you test corner data against random choice. Let's get rid of this. That was supposed to tell me my room location. I don't need it right now anyways. This one I do not want to save yet until I iterate through. This, this. And then you can save. Wait a second, where is this connected to? Remove that from unoccupied and add it. Okay, add that. Add this one. The vector location. I don't want it. Here. Okay, for each loop, not for each loop, but for each random choice, test the corner data. I don't know if this is going to work. So this is what you want to test. Oh, you don't need this because it's already there. All right. Test against random choice. All of them, the random choice. Then once that is completed, break this, then move on. Then you can move on. First, you iterate through the for loop. Okay, so for this for loop says generate 10 random spots from the unoccupied area. Save it. Once you complete it, take each of the spots, remove them from unoccupied, add them to random choice, add them to occupied R. Right. Do I need to do all that random and move stuff yet? Can I do that later after I actually place a rope or hallway? No, in this case, I'm not going to be placing. Well, yeah, not hallways yet, anyways. All right, loop body. So what this is supposed to do is it's supposed to loop through each of the indexes 0 to 9, which is 10 times, meaning it will randomly pick 10 locations and save it to random choice. Once it's completed, take random choice, now that it's been filled up with 10 random vector locations that are unoccupied spaces. Now you take random choice and their vector locations and you test it. You test the corner data against all of random choices random spots. So you go through, if you reach one, if the first one does not match, go to the next random choice. In fact, do not save that random choice. So this should be before. If it does match, is that right? If it does match? How about this? Alright, so random choice. Random choice has all of the randomly chosen unoccupied locations that we'll use, but before we use them, here, going off of completed, we gotta first test them against the corner data. And if they are, if any of them match, so if any of the x coordinates and the y coordinates of the the random choices match, then against the corner data, then stop. Okay, so if they do, okay, so look at this. If they don't match, if they do not, if none of the X or the Y's match, then stop. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to create more and more arrays, which is gonna bog down the system. So random choices, random choice, and then chosen ones. Right? Unfortunately, I have to compile first, which is gonna take forever. Well, all I know is once I test any of the random choices and they do not match, then save that. Let's break this. Let's move this over first. Set get chosen ones, add unique. And save it. And then remove remove item from move it to chosen ones and remove it from random choice. Oops. Well, this one is not going to go here. This is going to go after this on the true. On the true, right? Let me see. If the corner data and the random choice match. Oh, if they don't match, good. That's what we want. So true. So whatever that vector location was, save it into chosen ones and remove it from random choice. Because that's what we want. We don't want any of the random choices X and Y's to match any of the corner data's X and Y's. Alright. So now that we got chosen ones, now go through the loop through the body of array elements, testing against corner data. Once you've completed testing against corner data, and found the chosen ones that you want, then you can continue on with whatever else this is. Wall data. Oh, the actual wall data. Hallway straight segment pieces to test against chosen ones. Chosen ones should also, well, not should also, but they should be locations that align with straight pieces and not corner pieces. So not until you found the chosen ones can you continue. To the next part of the code. So let me see if I can separate this a bit. So first you do all of this. So first you find 10 random locations in the unoccupied spaces. Once you find 10 of those, then that task is completed. So now you continue on to the next task. Now you take those 10 random choices and you test them against corner data. And you make sure that the random choices and the corner data do not have any matching X or Y. If they do not match, then it's true and you want to keep them. They are keepers, which means they should be rooms that align with straight pieces, not corner pieces. And then remove those vector locations that you want to use in chosen ones and remove them from the random choices, so that I can go back and iterate through random choice to continue testing. When it's finally done, then you can continue to the next part of the code that says bum, bum, bum. Yikes, already. Now you gotta test against this. You gotta change this room location to use once again. But in order to do that, you need to, once completed, create a for each loop for, okay, so first of all, it was creating random locations for random choice, then out of unoccupied, then it was testing locations out of random choice that are usable against corner data into chosen ones. So now this iteration is for each chosen one. Test against wall data. Yeah, that's correct. What does what does it need to test against it for? Dun, 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 dun. Set room location to use. Since it's going to be a different one each time, we'll save it each time. can use that now instead of this room to room location. Well, actually it should be the same thing, but I guess I'll keep it. So I was just gonna remove this and then just use that, but then I realized after it goes to the execution and once it's test, this room location is already this room location, and it's not this room location to use because it's being overwritten here by chosen ones. So I don't need to do that. I can just put that up there. Okay, so now that you've saved the locations into a variable, you can test against it right here with the variables of the wall data. Everything in here should be straight pieces. Everything in here should be straight pieces. And here, now you can continue. So that should be good with corner pieces, right? So if anything, so now hopefully with this new logic, the only rooms that should be spawning now are only straight pieces. This is a straight piece wall. This is a straight piece room. These walls only contain straight pieces. This room, these rooms, these chosen ones rooms should only be locations, room locations. They're not the actual rooms, but room locations that align with straight pieces. So now that you got that set, now you can do whatever you want with those variables and test against them. In this case, create which one has a shorter x or has a closer x or a closer y, and then move on. Once that's completed, once you've determined that minimum x and minimum y. Okay, so I think this logic here is wrong. Let me see. Because it's iterating through, right? And then it's saving. So it'll only iterate through the very last one before it gets to this, which runs the rest of the code. Is that what I want? Actually, yes. Yeah, that is what I want. Because I don't want it to run through every single... I mean, I do want it to iterate through every single wall data, but I don't want every single wall data to be used. Wait a second. So this is a bit confusing. So so it goes through each of them, each of the straight segments. It sets it and then erases it and sets it with the next iteration over and over until the last wall, and then it just goes with the last wall. And so that's why this is not going to work. So I need to, so this logic is testing the minimum, and so it goes through each and every single one, then it saves it. But it doesn't pick the most best one. It just only picks the very last element of this array that it iterates. It iterates through, which could be the most unideal one. And that's why they always come up as random rooms, or always picking south facing rooms. So it's this logic here that needs to be fixed. Or maybe just completely remove it. Do I need to even test this? Oh yeah, I do want a closer. But do I need the closer this way? Solved this way? Maybe I'll just go back and instead of using negative numbers, use these absolute numbers. Absolute numbers will always be positive. Okay. So I think it's this logic is wrong. I mean, this itself is correct, but um, iterating through it is incorrect because it I feel like it's only ever going to pick the last element of this array to once it's completed, it goes through each and every one of them, and the very last one is the one that has its variable saved, and then it'll go off of that. But I don't want that. I don't want that. The whole point of this is to test this and this. So these two by now should be the final chosen um, what do you call it? The final chosen locations of the room and the hallway. So how does that work out? So, because both of these will run through each of them. So first, it'll start with the first chosen one, go through each of, let's say there's 10 straight pieces. It'll go through each of them, and then it'll go through the second one, and then test against all 10 pieces of the wall data, and then it'll move on to the third one, and then test through all 10 pieces of the wall data, and then move on to the fourth chosen one, and then test against all 10 pieces, or test against the fourth chosen one. So that's how that will work when there's a for loop inside of a for loop inside of a for, when you're nested looping, which is the whole point of restarting from scratch. Is I didn't want to use loops again. I just want to use all custom events and call whatever needs to be run through instead of looping through each iteration. But in this case, when I'm working with arrays of random numbers and stuff like that, I do have to use these for each loops. The thing is, it has to run through each and every one of them before it finishes and completes. But by doing that, it only saves the numbers that is the very last element. Same with the room location to use. So if these are going to be the quote-unquote last, then I might have to use these locations right away and place or remove things, or no, do something else. So yikes. Do I need to even check? What is this checking for again? Oh, it's checking. So the whole point of this is to check. Do I need to check it here? Can I check it over here somewhere maybe? No, I don't. I want to check it beforehand. So, because the whole point of this checking is then to determine whether it will be east facing, west facing, north facing, or south facing. So I do need this, but still, this logic is wrong because it'll only save the last elements, minimum y and minimum x, to test against, which I don't want that. Do I want that? Do I want that? No, 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 no. I don't want that. So this here I know is going to break the code. It'll probably work, but it won't work right. So that's what I mean by breaking code. It'll make it all work wonky. Like only south-facing rooms will. In fact, let me see what I got so far. At least let me test what I got so far to see if the corner pieces are avoided. That was the whole point of all of this and all of this, and splitting it up and waiting for each loop to complete before running the next code. So I wonder, after this completes and it goes through each and every one of them, then do I want, if I do it that way, if I complete it here, it'll only ever pick the last one, I'm assuming, or one that matches. Huh. This is yeah, I don't know. Okay, forget it. For right now, let's just see if the rooms that are placed avoid corner pieces. That's the whole point of this logic. So let me go ahead and do that. See if that works. That's the whole point of creating this new random choice and chosen ones array of vectors. See, go back here and let's go ahead and test and see. Okay, let me hide. Oh wait, this is the actual hallway. And right away it doesn't work because this is the corner and you can see that it goes directly to a room. So that sucks. Let me start off at the south. Ugh, things are getting worse and worse. That's okay, figure it out later. But let me see. So this is good. It's not at the corner. This is not at the corner. Not at the corner. This is at the corner. These are at the corner. These are not at the corners. These are all at the corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pieces at the corner. Or aligned with the corner. Dun dun dun. Okay, so what I just did didn't work either. That logic was all wrong. I don't know if I'll ever figure this out. What I'm doing everything. I might have to stop here. What time is it? Oh my goodness. It's 4 hours. I don't want to go to another 5 hours. You gotta be kidding me. Did I not? I thought I changed this. Oh, okay, no, I did. It's just it has to be up. Okay. I hope that I hope that works. Something's wrong. I think I do have to stop because this weird stuff is happening. I don't know if you can see that. No, you cannot see that. You cannot really see that anyways. But there is some bugs on Unreal Editor right now, so I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to stop anyway since I'm stuck. I cannot figure out why. It should be the simplest thing to test against corner pieces, and yet for some reason the logic is not working. I have it to try to iterate through before moving on, and still it doesn't work. What the heck? Also, let me test it again. Let me see something. So that's north. I'm on the north side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that right? I counted it wrong. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All the corner pieces seem to keep their walls, but the straight pieces do not. Well, anyways, the south to north straight pieces do not keep their sides, or one of their sides, while the east to west straight pieces keep their sides, their walls. Also, so the south to north only loses their west wall, not their east wall. So none of these are missing. But that's a problem for another time. I have to log out. I'm just getting frustrated by this. Trying to get the corner piece working. And by these rooms spawning at places that I don't want it to spawn. Alright. So I'm going to stop for now because I need to take a rest. And because my brain is starting to hurt. So hopefully if I rest I can refresh my brain and then think about this corner piece problem better and have a better solution. Maybe no, yes, you know what, maybe just keep the corner pieces, but instead of branching off the corner pieces like this here, branch off of a nearby, what do we call this, straight piece, and then make a couple of turns, a right turn and a left turn, and then connect to the room. Maybe I could do that. Or connect this room with side pieces to a straight piece right there, like that. That is much more complicated though. Actually, no. If I just go with whatever the corner pieces are. The monster, he went in outside. He went into the unoccupied areas. Okay, anyways, but if I just go with the wherever these randomly generated rooms fall, then make design logic that says wherever they fall, connect them to the nearest straight piece. Not even the nearest straight piece. Simply just keep creating. Say, okay, you fell here, so place a hallway here, Can you place another hallway? Yes. Okay, place it there. Can you place another hallway? Yes, place it there. Can you place another hallway? Yes, place it there. Can you place another one? Yes, place it there. And then keep going until you hit an occupied space. And if it's a room, obviously don't connect to another room from another room. Just go the other direction. So maybe I should design that kind of logic. So just let the random rooms fall wherever they want. Don't matter if they fall on in line with a corner piece or a straight piece. Just wherever they want. Then randomly place or choose a direction of the room, whether they're south facing, like this is a south facing room, east or west or whatever. Just whatever you got, work with that. So in this case, it will just take this piece and generate a hallway here, and then keep generating a hallway until it touches the main hallway, avoiding corners and avoiding other rooms, and it'll keep generating and moving until it reaches a straight segment. So if it does it that way, or if it randomly generates it this way, that would be cool. I think I might do it that way. I'll have logic that shares the same rules as the main hallway, procedurally generated hallway. One of the main rules is never to loop backwards, never to loop back to the south. Always move northwards, always move upwards, forwards towards the north. So if this is facing south, create a looping hallway or a turn that eventually turns again or just keeps going straight until it can turn again to move to the north. So can do that and just brute force the randomness. Whereas what I'm trying to do is apparently it's just not working. I guess it's not. It's much more difficult because it's just not working. No matter what I do with excuse me. Yeah, I think I need to stop because my Unreal Editor is just not working anymore. Yikes. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna stop. But I'll figure this out later. What is this? Let me close it. Try this again. Nope, still yet nothing. Alright, it's not working anymore. I do have to stop. I'm gonna take a rest and come back fresh and work on it some more. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to stream that one, but hopefully I'll try to remember to do that. But if not, I will definitely share what I got or what I hopefully have solved the next time. Alright, but other than that, thanks for watching, guys. I need to rest, so I will catch you guys later. This corner piece has really stumped me. Alright, take care. See ya.